Hello, everybody. Hello. Sorry, I'm a minute late. I'm sorry. Alrighty. Let me just let people know that I'm live and we will be getting rolling. We will be rocking and rolling. Okay, I've let people know that I'm live. Who is this? Okay. 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 Got this rocking and rolling. Hello, Noel man. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. All right. So this one is another one that might be a short chapter. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So this one is looking like it's going to shape up to be another short chapter. Because it's another one where I have like one sentence planned out, and like I have not spent a whole lot of time thinking about it. I've been distracted. I have been so distracted with stuff and with life. My latest obsession. Actually, let me get to the just chatting screen. I did not post on Facebook, but that's okay. You know what? I will post on Facebook. Some people might come from Facebook. Let me post on there. Okay. I get distracted. I got distracted, chat. Me, right? Alright. I really hate that Facebook keeps asking me if I want to like boost my post, and I'm like, no. I would just like you to just post the post that I was trying to post. That would be great. That would be swell. Alright, and okay. Okay. Alright. I posted on the Book of Faces. One of these days I'm gonna get back to posting on my personal Facebook whenever I go live. Oh, it was my friend's kid's birthday the other day. Ah. Ah. All right. I got distracted by Facebook chat. Birthday was wild. Got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow for now. Hey, Nabiru. It was your birthday, Noel, Maine? Oh, wait. Hold up. Hold up. Let me get to the just chatting screen so I can sing you a happy birthday and hope I don't get copyright. Actually, will I get copyright struck for singing happy birthday? Wait. Oh. I don't know if I can do that, but I will just say happy birthday to you. Ugh. It's sad we live in a world where I have to be aware of that possibility. All right, let's go to hello. Happy birthday's in public domain. All right, thank you, Jesus. All right, so we are going to sing happy birthday to Noel Main. I'm gonna trust Jesus because Jesus has never led me wrong. And if I get copyright struck, I'm blaming Jesus. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Noel Main 700. Happy birthday to you. And many more. All right. I hope Noel Main was still here for that. I know people go in and out of the streams, but that was my happy birthday wish to Noel Main. No problem. No problem, Noel Main. Let me grab my glasses. I need to get new glasses. I need to get like an eye doctor appointment, but I don't remember what was the name of the eye doctor I went to before because it's been a few years. But like since I'm diabetic, I do need to get my eyes checked on a regular basis, and I should have gotten them checked the last couple years, but I just haven't. Oh, you just got new glasses? Nice, Jesus. Yeah, I get that feeling, Jesus. All right. So how was everybody's weekend? Week? Yeah, week. It's not weekend, week. It was a week. It was a week. My week was interesting. I played some Lancer, which was nice. It was mostly, I think we had a mission, right? And then there was a bit of role play after the mission. Got me thinking about a lot of stuff about how I do combat design. And then like I got involved with like a lot of like, so like Monday I had stream. Tuesday I played Lancer, right? Got addicted to Naruto, to Boruto, Shinobi Strikers. I think I've seen the notifications on Discord that like you're playing Shinobi Strikers, Jesus. I think because I think we're friends on Discord. But now that you mention it, the Shinobi Strikers thing made me remember that. So like Wednesday and Thursday, I have been kind of obsessed with making Lancer NPCs for my Sunday Lancer game. I have been working on and refining my rule set, because I told you before, I was working on a rule set to allow players to play as NPCs. I have been working on and refining the rule set for that. And as I have been building these NPCs for the Sunday campaign, where they're actually going to be NPCs, it's giving me ideas on like what should and shouldn't be available for player NPCs, right? For if I let players use these NPC rules. And as I've been doing stuff and doing these big builds and comparing the damage output to all of these big builds, it's been a lot to think about. And it's really funny because, like, one thing about Lancer is that, like, for the NPCs, it's fun to make Lancer NPCs. It's once you get the hang of it, once you know what you're doing, especially in Foundry, because this is also another thing. I don't have a Foundry license. Some of my friends do, and so if I want to work on Foundry stuff, I need to get Okusan to boot up the Foundry server, right? And like, Okusen's always willing to like boot up the stuff and leave the stuff up for me if I ask them. But I made the joke that it was like, I get so hooked on like working on NPCs and working on game stuff that like, if I actually had a Foundry license and if I could, hold on, why is my model doing weird things? There we go. If I could actually work on the Lancer NPC stuff on my own without needing someone to boot up the thing, if I could just like wake up and be like, I'm going to work on Lancer NPCs now, I don't know if I'd sleep. Like Wednesday and Thursday, I stayed up super late working on stuff, working on Lancer NPCs and planning out NPCs. I made a good mix where there's some of them that are made with the NPC player rules, right? And then there are some of them that are made with regular Lancer rules. Yeah, definitely Jesus. And in Foundry, I can just drag any feature onto the NPC character sheet. So it doesn't just have to be from the template. So I can mix and match features from other NPC classes in order to make a custom NPC. And that allows me to get creative and to make these, and I can modify, in Foundry, I can modify the features. I can change what they say or what they do, what individual ones do to make special variations or versions. And it's so intuitive and simple to do that I'm just like, it's just so easy. It's just so easy. And I can just make NPCs. And I was making all these NPCs because like the latest update of Lancer brought about this new NPC type called the Leech that is so fun. So the Leech NPC is a size 1/2 NPC, and as a reminder, size 1/2 means roughly human sized, maybe a little bit bigger than human sized, right? So size 1/2 NPC that's really fast, that can grapple from 3 spaces away. Whenever it successfully grapples something, it leaves the map and is treated as being on the same zone as the person it's grappling, where it's occupying their same space. And it can do all this stuff. It can give buffs to allies it grapples with. Yes, the melee Marth grab range, exactly. The Leech can give buffs to allies they're grappled with, and it can give debuffs and do damage and do all this stuff to enemies they're grappled with, depending on how you build them. And so for building characters that are like super soldiers, but they're on foot, they're fighting on foot, it makes so good to make an organic leech, a biological leech. So it's not a mech, it's a biological creature, because a lot of their features cost 2 heat. And normally it's like you can use this feature, but you can't use this feature if it'll put you over your heat cap. And then at tier 3, which is where they're at, the heat cap's normally 8. But if you make a biological leech, they take heat as energy damage. So they would take that as energy damage. Okay, well, they only have like 8 HP, so that's pretty rough. But if you give them armor, the armor can reduce the energy damage. So making a leech with with at least 2 armor means all their abilities are essentially free, and they can attack an almost infinite number of times as long as they keep hitting. And I realized that's kind of broken. So I changed up one of them. I'm gonna change, well, whenever I get access to the server again. It's probably good I don't have access to the server right now, because then we'd just be doing a Lancer character building stream. But I'm going to change the 2 I made. I made these 2 cat girls and gave them slightly different abilities. I gave them 2 armor. But I was like, making their stuff super free is kind of broken to have this many characters, because that would make 3 different build leeches that can do their stuff for free. So I was like, let's make it where they have 1 armor. The other one is a bear, who he's all about defensive stuff. So it's okay for him to have a bunch of armor, because his armor gets chipped away as he takes damage. That's a thought, Jesus. Where the heat goes up, so that way it eventually goes past their armor. That's a thought. Oh, nice, Noel Main. Next session, you're getting out to license level 2. Congrats. Well, okay. So, Jesus, when I said that one of the leeches is a bear, I don't mean he's in a mech. I mean he's an actual, like, genetically engineered bear with an opposable thumb that lets him wield a like, armor-piercing heavy rifle. And he's telepathic, so he doesn't talk, but he could speak telepathically. I built him to be like this defensive beast. He's got like 6 armor, but every time he loses a structure, he loses 2 armor. And I gave all of them 4 structure because I didn't want them to get killed off. So he's pretty durable. He's pretty potent. And he can wreck shop with his bear claws. He can wreck shop. And he can like mess with enemy mechs. The problem is he doesn't have much HP. The cat girls have extra HP but less armor. He has extra armor, a whole lot of resistance, and regeneration, but he has less HP. So, if he's going to be out there, like the thing he's grappling can attack him. It can target him to attack him. But yeah, he's Kuma hype, exactly. Also, the bear is named Fumidas, which is Latin for smoky. He's literally Smokey the Bear. Only he can prevent forest fires. Players get Nelson, Black Witch, and Saladin. Ooh. Okay, I gotta share a meme then. If you get someone getting Saladin, I gotta share a meme that was shared in one of the Discords I'm in. Hold on. You save this image. There's a lot of text in it. It's a Lancer meme. So someone made one of those memes where like they clip together a lot of words and text to make this like big, very text heavy meme. See what I mean about having so much text? This is like super wholesome and really cute. Hey, listen, I know things have been tough lately. I know sometimes you feel like giving up. Sometimes you can't see anything but evil and the world feels dark. But you can't. There are people who love you, people who need you, people cheering your name. You don't have to be the strongest fighter. Heck, look at me. I've only got one flex mount and a weapon that deals 1d3 plus 1 damage. I'm not exactly going to be one-shotting regret, am I? It's not always about wielding the biggest gun or making 200 IQ plays. Sometimes it's just about who will stand up. Sometimes it's just about who your friends can rely on. I want you to know that I will always have your back, even if the only thing I can do is give +1 difficulty to an attack against you. I'll be there for you. If the rain is endless, I will deploy my Enclave pattern support shield, and you can stand underneath. You can use me for hard cover. I can take it. They can't shred my armor. Seems like every other defender wants to be something else. The Baylor, striker defender, wants to get right there and gray wash everything. The Tortuga, striker defender striker. Won't shut up about shotgun. The Napoleon defender controller seems more concerned with protecting itself than its friends. Now power to them. They're chasing their dreams, but you don't need to be ashamed of a defense-oriented frames. We have our own tricks. Behold the tachyon loop. A whole bunch of text explaining about the defensive pulse of the tachyon loop. Why do I need a heavy mount? I'll just use theirs. Moral of the story. What goes around comes around. Good doesn't mean weak. Underarmed doesn't mean isn't defenseless. Don't shoot my friends, a-hole. So this is the Saladin. It is it is a big hunking defensive frame that puts up energy shields to protect its allies. It doesn't have very many weapons, but it doesn't need them because it can reflect attacks back, I think, with its defensive loop. Ugh. But yeah, it's a mech, so that's why it looks like a Morphtronic Nabiru. But yeah, it's a Saladin meme. And then there was this other one. Trust in Big Sal. That's such an adorable Saladin meme. I don't even play Saladin. I played Drake. And I just do all the kinds of Leviathan heavy assault cannon damage. This week, actually it's funny. So this week in my Lancer game, where I was a player, I did something other than Leviathan heavy assault cannon for once. This week I did a whole thing where I quick boy. We were on this mission. Now, see, the thing is, my Drake is built around being essentially a walking turret with a Leviathan heavy assault cannon. And the entire point of the build is to hit really hard for ridiculous amounts of damage, but because of Paracausal mod, the damage can't be reduced. So that's the entire point. Just walk around, do massive amounts of damage, delete things off the board, right? That is the entire thing. And then the whole that's the whole thing. And then we were on this mission where it was an extraction mission, and we did really well in the role play, and a really high roll meant that the objective was closer to us, was like in the middle of the map instead of at the far end of the map. So we didn't have to go all the way to the far end, right? And there was like one elite enemy. Hey, LeMay. And there were all these grunts. Now, if anyone knows anything, in Lancer, a grunt enemy is an enemy that only has 1 HP. Only has 1 HP, but they come out in swarms. And they kept coming out of these swarms in these clumps. So we were able to delete them pretty quickly, but if any of them got away, they were being pretty brutal. And then there was this one elite enemy that was running at us and getting in the way as we were trying to get the objective off the map. And like, I needed to make space. So like, I couldn't, because I was running, I'm slowed whenever my Leviathan heavy assault cannon is spinning up. So I had to like put it in normal mode, where it only does a d6 of damage instead of the 4d6 plus 4. And I had to like use it for skirmish, and I actually used something else. I used my Warpike, which my Warpike is a threat 3, essentially a spear that has knockback 1 and thrown 5. So I was able to use it, and then I overcharged and threw it, and I was able to knock back the enemy enough space to make space for my teammate to run through carrying the objective. And I ended up leaving because it's thrown, so the thrown weapon falls off beside the target. So my spear ended up sitting on the ground in the ship that we left behind, but like there was no way I could get over there. Well, I wasn't gonna risk everything to get over there when I could just print a new spear. I could literally just print a new spear. Ugh. So that was fun. Actually thinking outside the box, doing something slightly different. I was shooting up. Some of these enemies had burrower, so they were burrowing into the walls. And I was just like, oh well, gotta blast that. Cannot have that. And just like blowing through them to like make sure they weren't attacking us as we were on our way out of the ship. We still don't know anything about what caused the whole thing. But It was all kinds of spooky, scary stuff. So did that. Wednesday, I spent a lot of time working on the Lancer campaign, working on enemies, NPCs, developing characters. It's actually really funny. Since I built one of the NPCs as an NPC player using my NPC player rules, one of the things is this NPC has been known to be an NHP specialist. NHPs are essentially these aliens made of math. Some people describe them as demons, and we have forced them to think and act like us and trap them inside of these containers called caskets. And so this character is an NHP specialist, so I'm like, I gotta give him an NHP. But the thing is, there's only one feature that I know of in the NPC features that gives an NHP, and it doesn't give any abilities. It just says they have an NHP in their mech, and their mech can act independently as if it was like they can give control of their mech to the NHP, and the NHP can act independently, and the NHP can cascade using the same rules as a normal player side NHP. So I'm like, what do I want to do with this? Because I got to do something. I got to do something lore-wise with this character getting an NHP. So I was like, well, he's a gentle old man, right? So this character, his name is Jonah, spelled with a G. He's this gentle old man who the characters found out he used to be a member of the Albatross, this order of knights, essentially. These space knights that travel through space, answering the calls of the cries for help of the galaxy, showing up, responding to every beacon, and every cry for help. They don't do protracted engagements. They show up, they deal with a problem, and then they leave to go answer the next cry for help. And so this character, Jonah, in his youth, worked for a long time as an NHP specialist and pilot for the Albatross, as working for them. But then he put down his mechs, he put down his weapons, and left the Albatross when he got older to go work for this religious order of Dragonic Causality, because he became in contact and he saw the effect of these cosmic dragons, and he believed that if they could harness the power of these cosmic dragons, it could create a future that wouldn't need the Albatross. It would create a future that wouldn't be in need of the Albatross, and that's what he was trying to do. And then one of the characters joined the order and became a leader in that order, and Jonah came to be a mentor to that character. And Jonah was instantly taken by that character and was like, okay, this character, it's a player character, it's Okusen's character. They are very capable, they have done great things, and I think if given a good opportunity, they will do wonderful things, not only for this order, but for humanity as a whole. And so Jonah has been dedicated to helping that character succeed. So I'm like, okay, so now it's going to be, they're going to find out that some of the other members of the ship are going to be training to pilot mechs. And Jonah's going to be like, well, if we could stop off at this Albatross base, I can pick up my old mechs or whatever's left of them, and I can fight alongside you. And his mech is funny. It's a burn machine. It does lots of burn, and has lots of support options and all that other stuff. It's funny. I had one design that was kind of broken. I will admit it was kind of broken. And then I was working on refining my rules, and I saw there was a problem with something else, with a different weapon combo. So I came up with a new rule. And then I was thinking about it, and then I'm like, oh wait, that rule breaks Jonah's mech. So I had to go back into Jonah's mech and rearrange some of his abilities, trade out some of his abilities and some of his things in order to fit the new rule that I'd made. And like, it made his mech weaker. Like, flat out. It made his mech weaker. But I feel like it made his mech more fair. It made it more fair and more, like, I don't know if believable is the right word, but less OP, because I don't want the NPCs to overshadow the players. Like, there are 3 players, so the players have 3 turns. So I said, right now, at most, when they bring NPCs, they can bring up to 2 turns of NPCs, which means it's either yeah, that's definitely a thing, Noel Main. Players do a lot of damage and get very powerful very quickly. Like, I told my players they can bring up to 2 turns worth of NPCs. So that's either 2 regular NPCs used with like the NPC building system, the NPC player system, or like the leeches or anything like that. Or they can bring 1 ultra or elite NPC that gets 2 turns. If they recruit any. But I don't want the NPCs to get as much or as many or more turns than the players. So, but I'm very happy with how my NPC player rules have been coming together. Ew. As the games go on, Noel Man, I'm sure you'll notice, it can be like players become very powerful. And I think one of the mistakes I made when I was just starting was I had a lot of standard combats where it was just this many players, this many NPCs, the battle's over when only one side's left standing, or when the other side retreats or stuff like that, right? But Lancer's not exactly designed to be played like that. Lancer is designed to be played around objectives. So by giving non-combat based objectives, it actually ends up challenging the players no matter how many enemies and stuff is there. Or it makes the situation more challenging. Like, I made in one of my Tuesday game sessions a while back, I made one battle where, like, it was my first battle in a while where they actually had an objective, and they had to like defend this one zone for X number of turns, right? And I didn't give them that many enemies. I gave them a pretty standard amount of enemies. And none of the enemies I gave them were hacking them or doing heat damage. Some of them were doing burn, but I don't think any of them were doing heat. But in order to keep up, in order to achieve the objective, they were pushing themselves super hard. They were overcharging and overheating their mechs, and it was getting super brutal. Just trying to keep up with the number of enemies to try to defend the objective. And then, like, by the end of the fight, one of the players had taken so much stress that he did really bad on his stress check, and his reactor went into a runaway meltdown. And he's like, well, we're about to finish this battle. So he's like, I have a +0 in engineering, so I'm just going to run my mech off the map outside the city and then eject. And then we ended the battle with the players having won, but like one of the players literally sitting on the crater that was left behind where their mech had blown up. And I was like, "Ooh, that was intense," but the players loved it. Anyway, let's get to writing. It's going to be a long one tonight. And we'll have to see if I can even pull this one off. I don't even know. Might run into the stuff I've planned for next chapter. Okay. 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 All right. Basically, there's an academy, kind of college, on the planet Galanex, and the players are students with different backgrounds studying there to become Lancers. Nice! Nice! Very nice. Very nice. Sorry, I got distracted. I was gonna be booting up my Word document. Okay. I was looking for a meme and I didn't find it. Okay. Okay, let me make sure everything is cool. All right, looks like everything's going well. You have an excuse for doing a bit of everything. Hey, yeah, it makes sense. Academy, and like school-based campaigns are always really interesting. I heard about one person doing a thing where they were like, people were in a experimentation lab to see if you could grow lancers or something. If you could genetically engineer lancers and stuff. I heard about that as one campaign. Okay. All right, let's get to the writing. All right, writing stream. Whoop, whoop. Cool. Alrighty. Alrighty. So this thing is supposed to be my plot twist tonight, right? And the plot twist is where it gets revealed that Lisa, when she worked for Shin Corp, was doing genetic engineering and working on making cells grow in new formations and this kind of scientific mumbo jumbo. And it gets revealed that her specific field was working on being able to make lab-grown organs that don't just grow a new organ, but grow a better organ, improving the design on what nature created and making more efficient organs. And that was what her research was based around. And when she looks at the remains of these beasts, she sees that their organs look to have been modified using the same technology that she was using in her research. And it's a thing where when she was let go from Shin Corp, I was thinking it'd be like, they told her as a condition of her getting her severance pay from them, she had to sign a document saying that she would sign over and hand over all of her research, and that she essentially would be a non-competition agreement, that she wouldn't do the same research anywhere else, and that and it was a whole thing with I don't know how to put it all, because like it's the kind of agreement that like I would have never gotten in my lifetime, right? But she gets an agreement that just says, yeah, typical stuff. But so she had to hand over all of her research, all of her paperwork, all of her notes, every shred of stuff she had related to this research, she had to hand over, which means she has no hard evidence. She cannot say, look at this, compare it to this, and you could see it's an exact match. And So she has no way to do that. But she knows her work when she sees it. And she's like, and so we want to delve more into why she left, more of like her experiences with the company, this chapter, and then also, trolls are here. If she was smart enough, she would have secretly snuck her own signature into the genetics of her work. Had to keep it at least slightly believable, Nabiru, for all this fantasy stuff. So we want to delve into some of that stuff. And I want this to be kind of a very Lisa-focused chapter. Something specific to her. I guess I could see something like that. I could explore something like that. But the plot kind of hinges on her knowing this is the work of ShinCorp, but at this stage not having any solid proof. I'm sure it is kind of a real thing. I've never heard of it actually being done, but it makes sense. You put in some kind of a code where you're like, this is something that would be completely related to me. I know I've heard about it in anime and stuff. But I also want to deal with, hold on, let me look at my notes. Yeah, I want to follow up on what happened last month and have him starting to do the emotional awareness training. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Hello, Violet. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're just getting really started tonight. We had a little bit of time chit-chatting and talking about stuff, and then we are just getting really started right now. Tonight, I'm doing the next chapter of my novel. Going to be working on... It's supposed to be a plot twist, kind of, but it's more of a plot development. Yeah, I hope everybody's been having a great week. Yeah, plot developments are fun. So, in the last one was kind of the immediate like fallout of the battle, right? And this is now getting into like the later fallout over time as the results of the battle, right? And we're getting into what I'm planning for this chapter is for it to harken back to earlier when Lisa was talking with Jonathan, and Lisa said that she used to work at ShinCorp, but she lost her job recently. And I want her to reveal in this chapter that like what she used to work on, and that she finds out that as she's studying the remains of these beasts, because last chapter ended with her finding out that she's going to be, with her claiming that she's going to be studying these beasts for Gao Ko, in order to be able to figure out what's causing all of this, to figure out where these things are coming from. Yes. I want her to say why she was fired and that's kind of a big part of the plot. So what she's going to reveal in this chapter is going to be so actually I don't think I've said it. I don't think I had her say why she was fired before. I think I just had her mention that she was fired. Yeah, she just said that she was fired, and she just was like really frustrated. Yeah, she hasn't said why. So this is like going to reveal more and explore more of that, right? And I want to explore more of that in this chapter as we're moving the plot forward. And that's kind of the plot twist, is that she has a connection to these, like her work has a connection to these monsters. Okay. But we're starting with this stuff with the main character kind of dealing with some of his own insecurities. Because at the end of the last chapter, he was told that he needs to work on developing a training regimen. So the whole thing with them is that their suits, for the Mark II suits, use the Brave Drive, which generates power in response to strong emotions. And he was able to consistently use the Brave Drive to generate large amounts of power while still staying focused on his task. And since he's the one who's shown the most affinity for the Brave Drive, he now is supposed to be developing, like working with the other suit operators to help them be more in tune with their emotions, so that way they can get more use out of the Brave Drive. And he's supposed to be helping them to develop a training course, so that way if and when they sell the Guardian Angel armor, that they will also be able to sell a training program that will enable whoever buys the armors to be able to train operators to use the armors effectively. So he's dealing with that kind of stuff right there. And then so it's like both of them are dealing with stuff. So I want to make sure I'm grasping with all of that, because the next time we revisit this in the next chapter, in chapter 9, is where his responsibilities shift again in chapter 9, where there's the whole thing where they find out that they're not going to get any help from the government to deal with these attacks, and that they decide to shift, to pivot their stuff again into instead of trying to sell the Guardian Angel armors, into moving to operate as a PMC, a private military company, and using their armors as their premier product, like as trained armor operators, in order to fill a variety of military needs. So I don't want to skip over him struggling with this, because I don't want this to just be dropped, you know? Yes, mercenaries with mecha suits, Nabiru. Yes. Seeds for later plot changes, yeah. No problem, Jesus. No problem at all. I hope the license plate ended up on the car properly. How do you spell that? It ended up on the car. Oh no. Is that the right word? Regiment? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Training regimen? It's not falling off anytime soon? Okay. Okay, regimen. Okay, no T. Okay. They're different words. They're different words. Doing project for an online programming course. The instructions are very unclear, but not in the fun, creative ways. Aww. It's fun when you get those like really vague instructions that give you room to do things however you see fit. And you get to be creative and do silly stuff. But then it's not fun when you get instructions that are unclear, that where you don't even know what they're asking for. Yeah, it's so very frustrating. Unclear instructions for making something first thought was so like the IKEA manual. Oh my gosh. I think I vaguely get it, but I do wish it just added a sentence to clarify something. Is there any way, since you said it's for a class, right? An online programming course? Is there any like online discussion board from other YOLO and is there like a discussion board or something where you can ask other students how they interpreted it? Is there like a Discord or a forum? Or what they used to call it when I was in college? Blackboard was the name of the website where like you could like it was like a forum specifically for each class. Yeah, well, I didn't know if there was a teacher that you could ask for it being an online course. But yeah, if you can ask the teacher and you don't know and it would save you some headache, then by all means. Oh my gosh. Oh, one other thing happened today, right? So this is something kind of funny. I randomly, out of the blue, got a phone call from my aunt today. And this is the same aunt I stayed with for Thanksgiving. Gotta wait through boots up Shinobi Strikers. Oh no, Jesus. Just imagine it was done on purpose and there's a click here for more info button and it gets stuck behind a microtransaction. Oh no. That's all we need. Classes with microtransactions. Would you like a hint on this? Would you like a hint of what the teacher meant for this course? Pay 5 cents for the next hint. Oh my gosh. College isn't microtransactions. College is macrotransactions. You got your polls for help. Oh no. Oh no, Jesus. Lower tuition, but microtransactions for office time and test retakes. Oh no. Oh no. They start just saying, okay, the class itself is free, but I mean, you have to pay what you already have to do. You have to pay for the books and the supplies. And then like I pulled the SSR 10 minutes of teacher help. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm just imagining a situation where like, because the thing is, that would be how America would get free college education. That would be how they do it. Some kind of random shenaniganry where it's like free to play stuff where it's like college itself. The tuition for the class is like lower, like half of whatever it regularly is. But they pull like a Spirit Airlines and you got to pay for everything. You're writing this? This is gold? Oh no. Imagine if you're, oh my gosh, when you talked about tried to take bio but pulled chem, can you imagine if college worked like a gotcha and like it was really cheap, but the classes you took, like the classes were determined by gotcha pulls? Yeah, they would have ads or some BS. You can watch ads to re-roll your books. I don't think it would be the books. I think it would be to get a class where you've got to, like, it's a lottery to get in each class, and you have to pay if you want to get multiple entrances into the lottery for each class. So the actual amount to get into the class, but paying doesn't guarantee you get into the class. If you want to get into the class, your name has to get chosen. Yes, it being books is the most toxic option. Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, I think it would be a thing where it would be... You're used to that? Oh gosh. But imagine if it was monetized. If it was a thing where like the amount to get, the amount per credit a course or whatever was like 1/10 of what it is now, right? Like it was just dropped to like 10% of what it is now, right? But in order to get into each class, you had to pay, and it was super cheap. But if you paid for multiple entries, you were more likely to get into each class. And if you didn't get into enough classes, you wouldn't graduate. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Strength chemist become Dr. Mundo. All right. I got to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, okay? I'll be right back. I'm back, chat. I'm back. Anybody still here? Or did I lose all of you? But I had a thought. All right, I'm glad you're all back. Well, I'm glad you're back, Jesus, and everyone else. Still here? Okay. So I had a thought. That would probably be how America introduced a raffle system like that. Would probably be how America would introduce free college tuition. It would be a thing where, like, going to college would be, like, free, and your first entry into the class raffle would be free, but you could pay to have additional entrance into the raffle. And then only people who got picked from the raffle would get into the class. So then, like, you could theoretically, you know, go to school for complete free if you got picked every time, or if you picked classes that, like, weren't very popular. But, like, the expectation is that if the price goes down, if it becomes free to enter, that there's going to be huge, like, crowds of people going to school trying to better themselves. So then there would just be more competition for classes. Yeah. Anyway, that was just what I thought about. Things you think about on the toilet. But no, I was talking about something earlier. Main character is Batman. Oh no. World where everyone studies to cheat the raffle system, learn the odds. Statistics becomes the most popular course in high school, so that way you can be able to play the odds to get into the classes you want. Everybody just learns game theory. Yes. Okay, so I was talking about this earlier and I got distracted. My aunt that I stayed with for Thanksgiving called me today. She told me she was, like, nearby, not like in my city, but like in the same state as me, right? And she just, you know, she apparently told my mom she would call me and check up on me, right? And I'm like, oh, that's nice. And I was like, oh, you know, we just chit chat a little bit, whatever. And then she says, so how's your book? And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, you were writing when you were here. And then I remembered it was Thanksgiving was in November. November is NaNoWriMo. And when I stayed there, I was doing writing every day for NaNoWriMo. And I'm like, I don't know if I've explained to her that I was writing a fan fiction novel, right? She's like, how's that going? I'm like, it's going great. I'm like, if I haven't already explained to her about fan fiction, I'm not explaining fan fiction now. She's like, well, you'll be fine because you're doing what makes you happy. And I'm like, yup, exactly, totally, truly, exactly, totally. And I'm like, okay. That moment when a family member's like, how's your book? And I'm like, which one? See, having to explain fanfic to family is a nightmare. Yes. How do I explain that this novel that I wrote, this 54,000 word novel that I wrote, is never going to be published and is not anything that I can sell, and is going to be, whenever it's eventually edited and get some beta readers, is going to go up on AO3. Like, how do I... Then I have to explain what AO3 is. I don't know, Jesus. You're asking the hard questions. What do you classify? You wrote a novel about your changeling, the lost character, and like... I don't know. I feel like since it's your character... yeah. Yeah, Violet. How do I explain that I made an account on AO3 and waited on the wait list in order to get accepted into AO3 just so I can post this Zoids fanfic novel I wrote. That's why you changed the names just enough to make it original. Well, I made one reference to a pre-existing character, but I didn't reference... There's only one reference to a pre-existing character. All the other characters are original, but the nations at war are based on the story, and the entire universe and technology and world and conflict is based on the pre-existing story of like the battle story. So like filing off the serial numbers. Excuse me. Sorry about that burp and belch. But yeah, so then I'm like, how do I explain to my aunt? Alright, listen, but like, I'd rather write fan fiction than be compared to 50 Shades. But I was just, for a moment, I'm like, how do I explain that this is going to be seen on AO3? This is not going to a publisher house. And if I publish anything, like any of my other stuff I've worked on, it's going to be on itch. It's going to be on itch.io. There is going to be no physical release. It's actually really funny because like my partner does like sells her writing, right? She releases stuff I think on itch and on... Oh gosh, no, Nabiru, no. Like a fanfic made out of spite. The hate fics are funny. But like my partner sells her writing, and my partner is a part of this really great community where they like are this whole bunch of writers, and they write stories. I won't go into the specifics because that's personal stuff, but like write stories that's related to some common life experiences that they share and that kind of stuff. And they like proofread each other's work and beta read each other's work and help each other with editing, and then they release their stories in bundles to advertise for each other, and then sell them, and then actually like market them and market their writing. And so she does all this stuff. And like when I talk to her about stuff, I'm like, I don't know if I could do that. But it would be, because the thing is that like I would need to find someone who could beta read a novel in a relatively like expedient amount of time, and then I could edit it. And that's just part of it. But like, yeah. But like, I don't even know what I would price my novel at. I'd be that dude that puts like a full-length novel on itch and sells it for $1. And you'd be like, $1. Oh no, Jesus, not Dante's Inferno. I grew up in a Catholic community where Dante's Inferno is not considered a fanfic. It's considered canon. It's fine. That's where I was. That's not where I am now. I grew up reading religious books that went into these supernatural themes, studying Dante's Inferno and other mythologies. And we're trying to use that to unravel the nature of angels and heaven and the spiritual warfare and a whole bunch of stuff. Reminds me, I saw one person that was like, yo, ancient people would have loved anime. Like, you wrote a book of 1,000 different angel types and all of their capabilities. Let me show you Super Saiyan. The Iliad is just the war art from Naruto. Gosh. All right, let's get back to actually writing. Ancient people had a lot of fanfics, paintings, stories of giant sea serpents, dragons, shapeshifters, endless types of cryptids. Sasuke is Achilles, Guy is Ajax, Shikamaru is Odysseus, and Madara, Hector. See if I can get myself back on track here. But yeah, so then like that happened. And then so I got the call from my aunt who was like, "How was your book?" And I was like, Um, and later, like around like 8 o'clock, when I was eating something before I got ready for stream, because I have terrible time management skills and I was behind schedule, even though I didn't have anything to do, because that's just how my life works. I swear I'm gonna have to set like 50 alarms for my SSI hearing. I might have to call people and be like, hey, on this day at this time, I need you to call me to wake me up to make sure I'm awake for this hearing. But anyway, my mom calls me and I'm like, oh, and she's talking to me about like, yeah, this, that, and the other. And she's like, she wants to know what I'm doing. I'm like, oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. You know, she asked me a couple questions about my apartment and where I'm staying, and she told me some stuff. And then she's like, so my roommate's moving out next month. Yay! And I'm like, I guess? I've never cheered when a roommate moved out. But I was like, oh, okay. And she's like, so maybe after my roommate moves out, do you want to consider coming down here for something? I'm like, I gotta see what happens with my hearing, and then I'll figure out what I do next. But I have to take this one step at a time. And my mom has been asking me some weird, like really personal questions. Like, she called me the other day and she was like, did you get approved for disability? This, that, and the other? And I'm like, why are you asking? Well, I'm filling out some paperwork and I need to know. She's like, what's your address? I'm filling out paperwork and I need to know. And I'm like, I swear, if my mother is pulling some shenaniganry and trying to like claim me as a dependent on her taxes or something ridiculous, I'm gonna be pissed. Because I don't live with her. I live in a different state than she does. Mind you, like, I also found out forever ago that my mom opened a credit card in my name, or she added me as a user, connecting my credit to her credit on her credit card in order to get, like, I guess, I don't know if she was getting rewards points or what she was doing. But like, there was a time when I really cared about my credit and I was trying to buy a house, and I was looking at it and I saw there was this account on my credit that was like, there was this account on my credit report, and I'm like, I don't have a credit card with this company. And I called them and I did some running around. And I found out that my mom had opened, well, she hadn't so much opened a fresh account in my name as much as she listed me as a registered user on her card. And I think it was so she could get like some frequent flyer miles or something. And it had linked her credit to my credit. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It does sound very taxes. But like, she was just like, do you want to come down here? And I'm like, because like, I can't move. I signed a lease for 12 months, right? So I can't just like move. And I wouldn't want to. I might visit her, but like, that's just going to be frustrating one way or the other. Like, use a minigun in Naruto Strikers. Oh, goodness. All right. But yeah, so that was... Alrighty. Yeah. All right, let's get back to writing. I got distracted. I went off on a tangent. But that's kind of what streaming is, one giant tangent, right? Why not put the shark sword? Why not go like Power Rangers and combine them all together for one big weapon? Load the needles in the minigun and then connect the shark sword on one side and the dog claws on the other side. And shoot super energized miniguns. My mom and I have our differences. Well, it should sound very manhwa Naberu. Jesus is playing the Naruto game. Game won't let you equip all 4? Cancelled. Cancelled. Now I have to move the story. I started here with carrying this. Now I have to move the story over to Lisa. Yeah. Go for it, LeMay. Go for it. I believe in you. Write that original sci-fi novel. I saw one tweet the other day that was like, my face when you can't handle the innate homoeroticism you wrote into your own main characters, so you write a semi-canon post-series story that features them both in loveless marriages instead of with each other. And it was super vague posting, and I'm like, what is that? Then I like read the comments and the replies, and people were like, oh, this is Naruto. And I'm like, yeah. Boruto, from what I've seen, like, did a lot of, like, how do I put it? I don't want to say slander. More like character assassination on Naruto and Sasuke. Yeah. I don't know if like they had Boruto's named after Neji. Oh my gosh, I remember when I was uh I was talking, I think it was to my partner about like, you know, how like Naruto grew up, got married, and has 2 kids. She's like, oh, I was like, yeah, the kid's name is Boruto. And she just laughed. She's like, that's like his name but with a B instead of an N. And I'm like, I could explain that. It's named after Neji, it's supposed to be bolt and screw. But I'm like, you know what? It's just not. I'll just let it be. But and those Boruto's dad lost power. Well, like I've seen some of the things where it's like they've given Naruto and Sasuke some like really well animated and impressive fights and stuff. Like those are the clips I see getting shared around from Boruto a lot. At least I did before. But like it's just they just had to nerf Naruto. Yeah, they did get really great fights. Didn't Rock Lee like break his legs and like have to be like at the end of Shippuden, he's like in a wheelchair now or something? Or was that? Oh goodness. That's Mike Guy. Yeah. He got off paneled by a guy who's weak to taijutsu though, so that's kind of sad. Oh, jeez. Ah. Ah, yes. Let's forgive the war criminal and put him to work. And then never use his research. Yeah, and that's the thing with power scaling and retconning and a lot of the stuff that Naruto did it towards the end. Oh, everyone gets Byakugan? Oh, okay. I have made so little progress. Hmm. They got nerfed twice after their fight with each other and then in Boruto. Yeah. I think Hunter x Hunter had the best power system. Naruto may be third, but it's Master's going on hiatus, so story hard to say. I've heard there's a lot of stuff about Nen like being a really great power system is one of the things I've heard a lot of people talk about. I've never seen any of Hunter x Hunter, so it's funny, like Hunter x Hunter is not exactly my kind of show. I don't generally watch a whole lot of shonen battle anime. Unless it's got some kind of a theme or idea that I like. And Okusen, I think I've mentioned this before, really loves Hunter x Hunter and wants me to watch it. And we talked about this at length. And I said, I'm not willing to, because it's a long series. I'm like, I'm not willing to watch the entire anime. I'm not willing to agree to watch the entire anime because that's a lot of episodes to commit to. And it's not really my thing. But I'm like, Can you name one episode, or maybe one like two-parter or something, one fight, maybe even one arc that, but yeah, one, what I said was one episode that really defines all the things you love about Hunter x Hunter, and I'd watch it just to understand what you love about it. And they were like, Hunter x Hunter changes so much. There's so much that changes in Hunter x Hunter. There's no one episode that I could watch that would encapsulate it all. Aliens should have been scaled better. Add in more lower branch aliens as villains, then work up to more powerful main branch aliens. Kaguya could have been a lower branch member that ate the fruit. Yeah, I normally most of the anime I watch is old mecha anime, or sometimes new mecha anime, but like that's almost exclusively what I watch is some kind of mecha anime. Sometimes I'll do kaiju stuff, like right now I'm watching Kaiju number 8 because I was really intrigued by a lot of the story, because it's kind of got this whole like transformation vibe thing and secret identity thing. That would have been interesting. I watched Naruto because everybody watched Naruto when I was growing up. And I've seen little bits and pieces of Boruto because I thought it was funny. It makes no sense that she was supposed to main branch member to be used fertilizer for the divine tree. what's it called? Formaldehyde. That stuff that's used for preserving. Food preservative. That's what it is. What's the? I might be thinking of embalming fluid. I am thinking of that. Yeah, so embalming fluid is... No, it's fine, LeMay. I always welcome people sharing their thoughts and opinions. Embalming fluid is a compound made of formaldehyde, methanol, and ethanol, and some other things. So formaldehyde is, I believe, the main ingredient of embalming fluid. So that's what I was thinking of. Da 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 da. I get that, Nabiru. Okay, so the main ingredient is actually methanol. And the second main ingredient is formaldehyde. Okay. Okay. Because formaldehyde's normally a gas at room temperature, but it has to be stabilized by the methanol. Okay. I tell you, like, anyone who looks at like the stuff that I research, like for my writing, would probably think I'm up to some really shady stuff. I almost spelled that right. But got no time. Watch specifically the castle invasion portion of the Chimera arc. Reed Island. Anyone knowing my name, knowing me, would know why. Okay. Oh. Alright, da 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 da. You both said the same thing. Dodgeball game. There's a dodgeball game in there? Vacuum? Oh, goodness. They need to play dodgeball to earn the third Blue Eyes White Dragon. Oh, okay. If it hits you wrong, you go pop. Oh, goodness. You can eat anything you tell it to. That reminds me of, what was that Morphtronic? Vacuumin? The Morphtronic that, like, it could take any monster on the opponent's field and equip it to itself, so it could suck in any monster. I always joked that I would use it to just remove certain things from the board, but that was before everything had an Omni Negate. Now it's like, nope. Even the blood's still inside the target, just suck it through a wound. Oh, goodness. That's horrific. Favorite Nen powers from the dodgeball game. Dude has 2 gorillas. One can swap space with the dude, the other with anyone else. Oh, that's interesting. Play on gorilla? Who knows? Who knows, Nabiru? I'm sure Jesus and maybe Violet knows. Okay. Main craft are about to fight the Dark Lord's right-hand man and his men. Hey, you got some words down, and that's what's important, LeMay. That's what's important. I'm proud of you. The right-hand man is holding the town hostage in order to pressure the mayor turn over the male lead. Fortunately, he escaped, and he and his friends are planning to free the village. Unfortunately, he has injury and has to sit the fight out. Ooh, that's rough. Female need has not been trained to use the meteor hammers yet, so she will have to sit this battle out too. Her sister will fight instead. I was gonna say, if your male leads out and your female leads out, who's doing the fighting? Who's calling me? Why are people calling me at 11 o'clock at night? Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. That sounds like quite the supporting cast there, LeMay. So my mom called me and said that from where she is, which is further south from where I am, apparently they can see the aurora borealis, except it's pink instead of green. And she was like, I don't know if you'll see it because of all the lights in Baltimore, but if you go outside and look north, you might be able to see it. I'm like, I'm not gonna run outside in the middle of the night. And she's like, apparently it's like it's coming down from the northern thing. I was like, I don't know. You see, give me 1 second. Apparently it was the strongest aurora borealis in... Hey, it's no problem, Vincent. We're already running late as is. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's get back to it. I have to go now. Thanks for the writing support. Hey, 500 words is still great, Violet. I'm proud of you. I want you to know, Violet, that I believe in you, and I think that you matter and you make this world a better place. Thank you for coming to my stream, and thank you for being a member of this community. What do you got to say before you head out? Yeah, next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I'll probably another writing stream because people seem to really enjoy these. People seem to like my last writing stream. I had like 19 watch hours, which was huge for me. Also, by the way, like the stream if you haven't liked the stream already. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to other people. So if you haven't liked the stream yet, please be sure to like the stream if you're watching on YouTube. But yeah, I got a lot of watch hours for the last stream. A lot of people were watching, and that was really cool. Speaking of tired, I'm going to go go to sleep for how much I had today. I had to finish my 5-paragraph test and I had art field trip. All right. Good night, Vincent. It was great seeing you. Vincent, I think that you are amazing. Thank you for coming to stream. All right. You have yourself a good night, Violet. What would this be called? What would it be called? Like, I don't want to say nano machines because that sounds too silly. Bio machines. Uh, okay, bio hybrid organic machines. Okay. Oh. Boo, 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 boo. Originally, I was going to say she worked on organs, but I think it works better to say she was optimizing the cells. So I'm going to change it slightly. Mm-hmm. Mm. How do you, is that is a word, right? Yeah, militaries. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. This is where she's telling why she got fired. Excuse me. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's see how many words we've got done. We've done a lot of writing tonight. Let's see how much we've got. Oh, we're over 2,000 words. Cool. So another 500 words, and it should be good to wrap up this chapter. That's perfectly fine. I think I could wrap this chapter up in 500 words. Not bad. I wasn't expecting to have enough details for this chapter. But we're at 2,000 words so far. Okay. Um, was not the button I wanted. Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. I think I want to like harken back. I think I want to put ShinCorp's name in a little bit earlier. I might edit something real quick. Hold on. That is the inventory. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I need to pad some stuff out real quick. Give me a second. Well, first let me add something real quick to way back. Oh, I realize I want to add something way back to chapter 2. Tech demo to show off the Guardian. Okay. So I have ShinCorp mentioned super early in order to plant the seeds. I want to add in 56 more words somewhere. Buy them with... Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I might just call it there. There we go. Yeah, got over 2,500. 2,519 words. Cool. All right. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you all for coming. Tonight was fun. Tonight was fun. We had a lot of people come through. People said hi. Only had one troll show up, which was nice. Only had one troll, which was very nice. Got over 2,500 words written down. Yeah, that was pretty good. Alrighty. Let's wind down for the night. Normally I do a little bit of an outro, kind of hang out, talk about stuff and all that jazz. But it is late. And I want to work on a couple things. So, I think we should start doing the outro. Okay, I got distracted. Alrighty. All right. I got distracted. I put a lot of words on paper today. But a lot of words. So let's wind down. For those of you who don't know, I like to speak positivity and say positive things and affirmations about everybody who's in chat. And we had a lot of people come through chat tonight. So let's talk about the people we had. We had Violet. Yeah, distraction is a little bit natural, Nabiru. We had Violet. We had Nabiru. We had Jesus. We had... who else did we have? It was a lot of Violet, and I scroll up to the top of the chat. LeMay is here. And we talked about a lot of wild stuff. Talked about Hunter x Hunter, Naruto, Boruto. We talked about a lot of stuff going through this chat. And who else did we have come through here? We had, I think there was at least, I think Victor was here. I think was another person who came through. I haven't got to him yet in the chat. Should be easy to pick his out because his first message was all caps. No, Vincent, that's what it was. Vincent. And to anyone else who watched the chat, watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, and anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I would like to say, I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that each one of you has the potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own unique way. Thank you for coming to my stream, and thank you for being a member of this community. I believe that each one of you are precious treasures of human beings. I believe that you are valuable, important, worthy of love, deserving of good things and happiness. I believe that your hopes, dreams, fears, and concerns are valid and worthy of notice. You matter. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Have yourselves a wonderful night, everybody. One thing I do ask is if you're watching on YouTube to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to other people, and it helps with bringing more people into the community, getting my content in front of more eyes. And I'm not sure if I've mentioned this in a while, but I am doing kind of a challenge for 2024. If I reach 300 YouTube subscribers before the end of 2024, I will do a cursed food stream in which I eat cursed food. It's all going to be vegan because I'm vegan. But I'm going to eat some cursed food. If by some miracle I reach 1,000 subscribers, I will do a karaoke stream. Which now is possible because I'm not living with people right above me. I actually have my own apartment, so I could theoretically do a karaoke stream. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives or people that you think might enjoy my content, well, our coworkers, arch nemesis, enemies, then let them know. Show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. I look forward to seeing all of you there. And if you want to keep up with me on YouTube, you can subscribe or ding the notification bell. On Twitch, you can follow, or if you feel motivated to subscribe, if you have a Prime subscription and you want to throw my way, feel free to do so. If you want to follow me on Blue Sky Social, YouTube, Blue Sky Social, Twitter, Facebook, or join my Discord, there's links to all of those in the description down below on YouTube and on the About page on Twitch. I want you all to know that I think that you're amazing. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You do not have to give money to be welcome in this community. I want all of you to know that I'm grateful that all of you give me your time, your attention, and your energy. With that said, if you ever feel motivated to donate, to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things in my life, then there are links down below in the description and on the About page on Twitch where you can do so. On YouTube, there's a link to PayPal where you can do direct donations, and a link to Ko-fi where you can either do direct donations or do sign up for recurring monthly donations. If you're doing direct donations, I do prefer if you do PayPal because I get more money that way. But the direct donation, the monthly donations through Ko-fi don't have any rewards right now, but it's more of just if you want to say, hey, I really appreciate you and I want to help you out. It helps out a lot. And on Twitch, the donate link takes you straight to Ko-fi where you can do either direct donation or sign up for monthly donation. I appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let me see if I have anybody watching on Twitch so I can see about raiding somebody on Twitch. One day I'll be big enough to raid people on YouTube. Then I gotta figure everything out. Maybe I'll just start raiding Sayu, who's usually streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. I'll find someone who's raiding on both Twitch and YouTube and I'll double raid. Raidception. See how many people are watching on Twitch. One person. There's still somebody that I could raid with. Who do I have? I could do Coffee Quills. Coffee Quills is doing... Ooh, well, yeah, let's do Coffee Quills. I haven't done Coffee Quills in a while. How long has Coffee Quills been going? Coffee Quills has been going almost as long as I have. Actually, yeah, almost. Because I'm over 4 hours. Let me do the raid for Coffee Quills. Trying to support other writers. It's a writing stream. And very different. Coffee uses text to communicate, and there's a lot more stuff happening on the screen on Coffee stream. So be nice. Don't have a raid message, but goodbye, everybody.